Hi, everybody. Here's hoping the internet doesn't explode on me again. Okay, cool. Hi. That transition took a hot second from OBS. Hi. Shit, man. We were in the middle of a case, and the internet decided to die on us last week, and it wasn't going to pop up for like 3-4 hours. So the stream just kind of ended unceremoniously. Very rudely, in fact. I'm sure some dialogue got lost. And in fact, I don't think I'll have any. Oh, I will. Basically just, it was saying, oh my god, it's Sherlock. Hi. What are you doing in here, you weirdo? We're just gonna hop right into this. There will be a pause. I thought I had something in the fridge to make a lunch before the stream started. I did not. So I am currently cooking rice to make my lunch. So once the rice is done, I will temporarily put the stream on pause to go make my food. So we'll just get right the fuck into it. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. A little. Oh yeah, he like tried to remember who we were and got it completely like right but wrong at the same time. Like mixed us up, just flopped who was who, and did not remember much about the case we had to tell him about. Like he's like, oh yeah, the speckled band thing. Yeah, whatever. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones I can read. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an earnest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, and this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. Sure, you fucking weirdo. God. So I got my hair dyed blue recently. Fucking love it. My friend did a really good job with it. Turned out really nice. But God, it's semi-permanent dye. So a lot of dyes kind of stuck to me. And man, is it itchy. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Soseki Natsume. It seems that you assisted in his arrest, Mr. Sholmes, for the stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather along those lines. But Mr. Natsume denies it. Was it really justifiable to arrest him on so little? I'm sorry, Mr. Zato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. What? I can't believe he was looking Suzato-san squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I am not merely feigning ignorance. It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you, I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of the crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to this address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there is a receipt around here somewhere from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit, then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books, I found myself quite lost in the bibliophily? bibliophile? I know it's probably based off the word bibliophile, but so it's probably bibliophile. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh, dear. Ah, tell me. Have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yeah, Mr. Garrett, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. Is that how that's referred to? Not like the military, it's the services? And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. Oh, they only said it that way to have a joke. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken their social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. In the upper echelon of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary. So you're working class then, Sholmes, yeah? Because I didn't see a maid, and I don't think Iris counts as one. She's 9. As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in the situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Dr. Jan Garadeb. Oh. What? Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances of this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost in what he means to say. You weird man. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, any man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. Mr. Natsume has stabbed no one! Ah, but sooner or later, as I said. I don't believe that's the issue here. About this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes, why is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? No window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. The answer to that question is quite simple. Window tax. Window tax? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows. Precisely that. That's why it's called a window tax, you silly git. Oh my goodness. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. So if I had a window tax, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 windows. Technically, because there's like a window on my door. Wonder how much my tax would be. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home, perhaps rapidly closed up windows up, while the rich opened windows here, there, and everywhere, in an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. Man, and that used to be how it was, that the rich would be taxed to show off? Damn. Kinda miss those days. How awful and unjust! Forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed, disease was rife as a result. So, some 40 years ago or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging, and discovered that these lodgings were offered at an extraordinarily low price. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently, apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. Yes, that's correct. However, I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh, well, still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Are you sure? I'm curious now. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thank you, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? You remembered that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? To the occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? I'm not sure. Not sure? On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well then, I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized, and so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes. Trust. Mr. Sholmes? Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea! Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Ah, yes, that was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. I couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of the crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room. And there are witnesses who swear to having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Ah, and one more thing. Oh, what is it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I am quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding something. Mr. Garadeb is? Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. No, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probed a little deeper into Mr. Garadeb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. Is he still actually hanging out there? Yep, there he is. Have fun, buddy. Hold on. I gotta peek to see if my No, it'll beep at me. I can just smell good cooked rice, so. Ugh. Ah, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap... I forget his name. Still hard at work down there? Mr. Herlock Sholmes? Ah, yes, rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is in his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joan. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Ah! For the umpteenth time, woman, will you watch what you're bally well doing? I shall be serving dinner shortly, sir. Well, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We are deeply grateful for all of your assistance. Not at all, not at all. don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's a bit of pleasure. Best of luck and all that. Perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadep is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Well, Buddy, what are you doing? Buddy, hi, are you okay over there? God, I love Sherlock. Herlock, excuse me. What's he doing over there? Mr. Sholmes? Aha! We meet again, my dear fellows. Good gracious, when did you sneak in here? Herlock Sholmes, sir, at your service. Whatever were you doing over by the window? I'm giving to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madam. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observation. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. Well, keeping an eye to one's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind. Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. My eyes see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo? I think so. There is just time enough for one of my greatly admired great deductions. Let us conclude the matter before dark. Or not. Weird fade. Mr. Garadeb, though it would seem you are a military man of considerably distinguished service, your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Oh. I'm afraid, sir, that is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. That's my rice cooker. We're going to take a break for me to make my food. We will continue with the great deduction when I return. Alrighty-dighty, I am back. I have food. I've basically failed to make tuna onigiri, but that's okay. I now just have delicious tuna rice bowl. So I'll take it. So I will be taking some bites in between things. So, yeah, here we go. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you are concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you have lost something very dear to you. Mr. Naruhodo, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. I'm gonna take another bite on my freaking rice bowl real quick. This shit's good. I'm happy when my struggle meals turn out good. That's all I can think of to call this. Unbelievably, it seems Mr. Shum's conclusions are both spot on. How could you possibly? How could I possibly know, you mean to inquire? The answer couldn't be simpler, sir. For in the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. So, shall we begin? Once again, Sherlock Holmes is proud to present Logic and Reasoning Spectacular. I go so much back and forth on the Reasoning Spectacular because, like, gameplay-wise, I do like it. I like it quite a bit. It's the fun gimmick of the game, like the Magatama or Apollo's, tick site? Tell site, but like at the same time it is also very straightforward. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, your eyes are uncommonly candid. Your furtive glance, Mr. Garrideb, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. A fact that has fueled your admiration of the mighty lion, the king of beasts. What is this piffle, I ask you? One moment. Sorry, I want to eat it while it's warm, but I also didn't want to keep the stream not going, because that would be a long break. You know, I know we're in the middle of the deduction. I'm gonna go to be right back, just so I can eat my food and not get in your guys' face about it, so hold on. Sorry about that, gang. Thank you for your patience. Meal is complete. So let's get right into it. In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madam? Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garadeb. Oh, apparently my app crashed. Can't watch chat if my app's crashed. Super rude. There we go. Yay. At Batty's Circus, a traveling show currently sojourning in a nearby park. I have observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus now will reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Whatever you say, Mr. Holmes, you weirdo. Mr. Sholmes. Now, Mr. Garadeb, it is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blithe pose, the distress of this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders, the pain you feel revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man! I simply... But what we must now ask ourselves is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. Indeed, feeding your beloved has had a devastating impact on the financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. Oh, dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Oh. This time, madam, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There is no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Sir, please don't bring Marie Antoinette into this. Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. Whatever do you mean? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There is only one logical conclusion. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks in the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. Bullshit, Sholmes. God, you're stupid sometimes. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. Ah! What is the matter with you, Joan? You're pouring scalding hot tea all over me again. Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garradep. I'm afraid I didn't notice. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times, too. Oh. Mr. Sholmes. Sorry to butt in. Again. But could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it again? Wait, what is it? Again. Well, your deductions just now were terrible. Okay, do you really think a lion could fit inside a room of this size? Indeed, it is the only explanation of the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. But wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realms of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion had run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Garradeb and his maid would have been hurt. Or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I have ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, my dear Miss Cesotto, it occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands on Great British soil, they are infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. I'll have to ask Sunshine if that's true. They lived there for a year. Oh, what a glorious notion. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage, that's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent! I've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. We don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. Still, uncovering the truth is always worthwhile. Whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Of Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular. Alright, we're gonna skip through a bit, or at least I won't read out loud, but you know. I really didn't see the lion thing coming. No, but if you observe if you observe Mr. Garradeb's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok here in this room. Yeah, something with a very fierce nature. Oh, My thing exploded. Goddamn. Come on. Can my phone just operate, please? Operate like I expect it to. Por favor. Let me have this. There we go. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So what was it then? We must follow Mr. Garadab's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Ah, hello. What's this photograph? It appears to be from Mr. Garadeb's wedding. He looks very happy, doesn't he? He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I wonder what happened. Probably best not to delve too deeply there. The glass is broken, so you can't see the bride's face at all. But no amount of cracks could hide the woman's plump form. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, she certainly looks it. Looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. Not someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. Oh, look! Have you noticed her wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yeah, that's an unusual design. I think that's actually very similar to Sunshine's wedding ring. It looks like some sort of embellished sunflower.
Take that!
The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newlywed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. No other explanation could possibly fit. Ignore my talk of the lion earlier. Yes, this framed print pictures your wife, Mr. Garadeb. And while we lament the fact that her face is obscured, we can still make out her mighty arms and note the considerable horsepower they must contain. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman of such powerful constitution would be honored by to be described as a beast. Honored might be stretching a point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which so clearly savaged this room was your wife, Mr. Garadeb. Gah! The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature... Oh, this is blah, blah, blah. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is beside herself. Well, I don't know about fragile? Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Mrs. Garadeb anywhere. But it seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. I wonder where Mr. Garadeb's wife could be. Whoop, whoop, aha. What the fuck? She's wearing a very large ring, look. Oh yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. And it's on the ring finger of her left hand, which means it's surely a wedding ring. And looks like it's on there for life, too. Can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that size, dude. Leave her alone. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garadeb's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory of these things. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence they have the same ring, isn't it?
Take that!
Your wedding ring gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Oh, buh, buh. Can we work phone? My God. Indeed, it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. Sorry, I watch chat on my phone because I don't have a good setup. That's a thing I should maybe work on over the summer while I'm not working. For it is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garadeb's bride in this photographic print. In other words, you are no ordinary household maid. No. You are Mr. Garadeb's lucky bride. You are Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my word! Well, jolly fine detecting, sir. As you rightfully surmise, this is the wife, yes, my Joan. Rather let herself go, you might say, but she was a bonny corker back. Ah! I think she's stayed the same. Unlike you, whose grades quickly, sir. Very rude to say to your wife. It would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. After all, you are a retired army man, yet you are in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? It's not right, I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? But golly, it's a sorry thing when a chap can't even afford to have a single maid in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. You mean Mr. Garadeb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garadeb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret, please! Alright, back to the fray of not rereading. Mr. Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garadeb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Mrs. Garadeb is standing beside her husband as we speak. In other words, he hasn't lost his beloved at all, has he? Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance then. According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garadeb's pain is tangible, though. What could that pose of his really signify? Oh my, look at that bright red mark! Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. Yes, Mr. Garadeb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've never seen such a clearly defined mark. Whoever could have done such a thing? Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say.
Take that!
Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to fade. Was you, Madame Joan Garadeb? She looks so proud of herself in a weird way. Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Bah! How the blazes! How did you work that out, man? Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. And a helpful assistant to keep you in line. That's why you haven't looked directly at us, even once. You keep your other side from view. Oh, to keep your other side from view. Well, Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why were you subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what caused Madame Garadeb to fly into a rage. And this should be the same now. Did Mr. Shum say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yeah, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which could only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food was Mr. Garadeb's— Mr. Naruhodo! She's a person, not a thing! Yes, well, she's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap round the face. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'm like, I want to hit you right now! I'd love to know the answer to that question. Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark here, look. Mr. Garadeb is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Is his name James? And look next to the signature here. Hello, Leaf God, how are you? Or, excuse me, hello. Since we're kind of in a British game. Lip marks, made with lipstick. Oh, what a passionate romantic gesture. Don't get any ideas, Azato-san. Oh dear, I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then. Huh. Excuse you, I wish to present the love note, thank you. Yes, this is the love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh no, there's another one? Hold on. Do we have a weird glitch going on? I hate it when it like makes double streams by accident. Well, welcome to the party. I'm glad to have you. Whoopee. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. She's so angry. But I don't know the Bali woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? That's right. That's what I've been saying. A likely story. Now listen here, Joan, old thing. I explained at the time. I bought that book at the second-hand place, and that note must already have been in there. So the previous owner of the book was using the note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right! That's what I've been saying! A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman! Look at the name! It's written to James! My name, in case you've forgotten, is John! Oh, Pigman 4 stream. I was like, oh no, I thought we had a glitch. No, yeah. Oh my gosh, I have to remember. Is that an edgelord stream? Or was that just a Luke stream? I can't remember which. I'm pretty sure that was an edgelord stream. Did you have a good time with it? A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart and you unleash a beast with a most furious bite. Yeah, edgelord, yeah. The edgelord streams are fun. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Unimaginable? You ate the carpet, dear. The aftermath of which can be seen, blah, blah, blah. We've technically read this. But surely Mrs. Garrideb didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. But there doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of disarray that this room is in is a result of her wild temper. No, that's true. So, this is the last part of Mr. Shulman's deduction that we need to fix. We need only to follow Mrs. Garrideb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes! Thank you.
Take that!
Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed, they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? Oh, scorch marks, that's Garrideb, hello. It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. Mrs. Garrideb's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face, but on the entire room. The force of her strike caused a candle to fall from the holder. And in seconds, the carpet was alight, and the whole corner of the room in flames. Which I'm surprised no one noticed, but, you know, you must have caught it quickly enough. For the most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion, nor a vengeful woman, but fire. And in this room, that ferocious beast bared its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there is but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Oh, he stand. Mr. Shulman, sir? I salute you! Oh, goodbye. Aw. Aw, what a cute little power couple. I love these two. Oh, they're just so cute. Quirky. It's these dashed long winter nights, you know. Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. Luckily, there's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. But buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. Ooh, scandalous. You found someone's love note of fanfiction. For which your wife admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an... Ah! Here we go again. And the carpet, was that destroyed by fire when a candle fell on the floor? I'm afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bloody thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You paint a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. That's sympathy for you. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The bully furniture started going up as well. We've had to hide the mess behind the screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garrideb? It's Suzato, hello. Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you allow me. Aw, those poor books.
Had all my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke.
Gosh.
Then the wife started hurling things at me.
What a terrible sight it must have been.
There was I, back up against the window under a heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen.
Perfect sympathy.
Worst of it, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. There was a lion, I knew it! See, I'm a genius, I am Sherlock Holmes.
The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes, your notorious love of big cats coming through again.
I assure you the tile didn't influence my choice in the slightest.
So the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Pew pew books. You know, in the hands of Mrs. Garadeb, those books would be bullets. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. No, they didn't, Susato. Don't do that to him. It can only be described as a great British wonder.
I tell you, it was total carnage. Flames everywhere, and the old stick is in full fettle.
Out of interest, what time of day was that?
Not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock, I think.
So at exactly the same time, as a terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below.
Oh, even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you.
Sir, a woman might be dead.
I could have died.
Oh. And we'd have 2 murders. But one is right now in the midst of maybe being a murder. Can we launch? Oh my god, what? You know, from edgelord though, that makes sense. He did technically blow up a planet in one of his lifetimes back when it was Biomutant. That was the don't ask.
The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. I was dying.
Oh, really?
She might have been trying to kill me, but she is the love of my life. I will never take my eyes off her.
Oh, Lord. Oh, Lord. You're a youngin'. Yo. I still need to try Doom at some point. But I'm terrible at shooters. That's why I play visual novels. Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo? What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garadeb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? Okay. I'll give Doom 64 a go. I know well, I'll probably have to emulate it because we can't hook up our 64. It's sitting in a corner, sadly. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, if you recall, I did say as much from the outset. I warned you that although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. Now, Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't lose heart. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only 2 categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. Oh, bless. I actually might be able to play that shooter then. What was the shooter we played on the channel? It was Left 4 Dead 2. God, I set off every single fucking car alarm at the finale of a level because I just couldn't shoot for shit. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Sorry? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no, is it that time already? Oh, sweet, it's on there? Heck yeah. I can't remember if we've paid for the thing to have the 64 emulator or not. I'll have to double check with Luke. If we're going to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. Perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garadeb. Oh, yeah. I'm so sorry. Oh, sweet. Maybe I'll pick that up. Thank you both very much for your time. Soseki-san will be waiting for us, and I'm going to have to give him an answer. Oh, I picked the prison, but okay. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yeah, I know. Let's hear a care. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something is going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. Make a new account called Jesus Christ. What do you play to? Oh, that's too good. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man, you rum-looking nimmy-pimmy? Pimney, I can't read. There are far more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Excuse me. Bleh, who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Oh, a lot of my family would get a kick out of that. Fine, I'll be on my way for today. But you mark my words. This ain't over yet. Get thee to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? God, that guy is... I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentile. Thank you. Yay, stupid pose. Yeah, Ace Attorney's full of them. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here in the Garadeb residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy. A palmist in my battle of words, never could there be. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. And I want to say it would be No. Oh, that's actually a toughie. Who would be stronger? Macbeth or Hamlet? Oh, absolutely he do. That is half, like any theater major, half of them look like they smoke. Like, how else do we get inspiration? I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentlemen, I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. You understand him, you don't understand each other. I understand that I don't understand that I understand. I didn't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. Seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Hi. God, I love you, Soseki. Your sprite is just so fun. Oh, it's you! You're here! You came! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire! I can't believe you came back! I'm so touched! We are so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no! Think nothing of it! Relax. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Noble, nurturing, never-failing Nipponese! Oh, now let's not get carried away. Oh, is this who I think it is? Oh, I quite agree. There is nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand... Oh, just kidding! I thought that was, fucking... Legs McGee. Zeeks. It is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the facts. Such is my belief, at least. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? He's gonna lose his mind now. I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room. At least your accommodations here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. No, it is not. Demon kills demon guy's rabbit. Is it like a whole situation? Oh man, the Doom guy is basically, fuck. What's that? John Wick, there we go. You killed John Wick's dog. Oh. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, her airlock Sholmes! I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Oh my god, that's fantastic. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned! What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? You mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Doom guy killed the demon prince because he killed his second. Oh my god! Man, how have I not heard this before? And if it's not like canon, I don't care. That's now my head canon. Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no! Why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous! I was just getting carried away, that's all! I didn't mean anything by it! Oh, I see. That's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? It is. Sholmes not helping. Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? No, what do you mean? Please tell me. Surmise it succinctly in 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. 16. Good job. Oh my goodness! Can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly! Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGill did. Valid. I mean, if you mess with anyone's pets, you're fucked. What? Ah, I am impressed, Mr. Zato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have accused... What? Oh my god. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh no, he couldn't have, surely! You have some wonderful notions. Aw, you scared Suzeki. Sherlock, please apologize to the poor boy, to the poor man. You scared him. Is that the, isn't that weapon called the big fucking gun? BFG? Is that what that is? Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh. Yeah. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's a weird Japanifornia thing, you silly bean. Giga Gren Pew Pew is its name now. Oh, that's good. Sazeki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system that disappears from the franchise, since this is technically the past. Forever. The law gets kind of fucked. Oh, you do? I will have to come and check out your stuff. What do you usually focus on? This is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Ah, sweet. I'll have to come check that out. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhanded means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury, which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. A FNAF vid with no jump scares. I will definitely take a look at that, because man, jump scares fuck me up seriously bad. And that's all right. However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the abdication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are all trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. London's scary. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed! When you said cursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadep's house, I assume. Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year now since I came to Great Britain, but I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time from dawn till dusk. 10 days ago, I made a video about Deltarune. People want that. Oh, sweet. We need to get to Deltarune again ourselves with the new chapters out, but we have Flays Man the controller because I suck at bullet hells, and we enjoy hearing the story together. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Yeah, why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops! He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it, but if not, don't mention it in the first place!" We do a pacifist edgelord does genocide. We do have a playthrough on the channel of both a normal and a pacifist run that was of Undertale, not Deltarune. But that is a thought. That's technically could be an edgelord game. I'll have to poke my husband to see if he wants to do it, because he's also not very good at the game. Yes. Well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I awake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. I'm branded a killer, thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. We'll have to talk about it, and then I will poke you about that if we end up needing it. Luke might take you up on that offer. I'm not sure. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really, no one at all. To believe. Yes, to believe. Mr. Sholmes? Ah, me, Mr. Naruhodo. Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. The Buria? The Buria. Ah, that case! The one with the snake! Well, yeah, kind of, whatever. All that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. I have no memory of it whatsoever. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe me? You could, hi honey. Nicknames do we give each other? I mean, channel-wise, Luke has always just gone by Luke. Senpai was a joke that came up when we played Custom Robo, which we will be revisiting that next month. But normal things like honey and sweetie and stuff like that. Oh no, now that sing-alongs begin in chat. I see, yes. You mean because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only thing I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang for as far as I'm concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right! He's right! Locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire! Whether or not I can believe myself. I mean, fair, honestly. You see a lyric, you sing the next lyric. That's how it goes. It's the same thing with, like, jingles from commercials, like Red Robin. Anytime I say that in a public place, someone will go, yum. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. Aw, me miss you, buddy. You were so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? I want trout. A German one, really? Oh dear, there's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe, even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Das gibt's doch nicht, doch bei Roller. What does that translate to? I probably mispronounced that awfully. Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Welcome, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo. Similar, okay, cool. I'll take that. I'll take that. That your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yeah, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Thanks to that poor man burning his crotch straight off thanks to his wife. Mrs. Otto? Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believed in me now too. So it's time. Time that I learned to believe in myself. This doesn't exist. It does by roller 3 times. Not burn. Suzuki-san, not burn, I get it. Oh. Suzuki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to help him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. That feels so finale for the episode of the game, but I'm glad that we actually get to do trial again. I'm gonna take a quick bite of a chip. And we continue. Hello? Oh, it was just the apartment ghost. All is well. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain, with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, I'm gonna lean back here. Oof. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass? Oh, when you put it like that, you're quite right. Good morning! I don't know who this is. It's Saseki. Hello! Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you all right? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yeah, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. Is there somebody from the area? I am not sure what you're asking there, Leaf. I'm so sorry. I mean, we have neighbors, so it could definitely be them. But I like blaming it on an apartment ghost. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives! My whole future hangs in the balance! I'm too terrified to tremble! You seem to be doing just fine on that front. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Oh, it's technically 2 people. Luke and Edgelord. Edgelord is a character that Luke plays. It's really great. But it sometimes does feel like having 3. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Mrs. Otto? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Oh, he's at work. I'm home alone. Don't hide the truth from me! It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Van Zeeks. Is that right, Mrs. Otto? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Van Zeeks is on the front page of every one. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yeah, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? Trial 2 days ago marked Lord Van Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But he wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder. That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane! Mundane! It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us! Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it.
Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor was caught people's attention. There's another blatant similarity with the two. Let me try that again. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago.
Yes, I agree.
Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you!
Me?
Well, I suppose that's true. Both times, if it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper!
Please, I don't rub shoulders with death bringers.
I won't die. I'll be good. It'll be fine.
I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck.
Thanks for that, Susato. That was so nice of you to point out in front of this nervous as shit man. Oh, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive!
Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you.
Fuck you.
Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire.
You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side.
Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotoba Esquires. I am in your debt! Forever! I shall never forget. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. Can we stop yelling, please? I'm very scared. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once.
All right then, Mr. Natsume. It's time. Let's go.
Yes!
This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time, I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight.
In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is fully prepared, my lord.
The defense is ready, my lord.
The Nipponese are a truly fascinating breed.
Sorry, what?
Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur.
Do you have a point? I'm nervous.
Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance.
Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description.
Susato-san.
After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent.
I am allowed wine in the courtroom for some reason. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate violent end. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public?
If he gets drunk, it'll get easy. It might get harder. He might be a mean drunk.
You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone.
Hey, buddy. Sorry about being rude to you as a witness, but welcome back. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Oh well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed.
Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Yeah? Sorry? Didn't quite catch that.
Very well, let us proceed. Yay? Are you happy to see Joan again, or just yay?
Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Van Zeeks.
Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. I am finding a voice, and it is working. And while our country has extended its foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness that has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. Oh, fire. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman. Hold on. Oh, who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Yay, old guy that barely hears. Yeah, I love his quirk.
A knife crime! I tell you for bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are.
Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful oh my god. Girl, please don't be racist.
Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Hurry! Didn't quite catch that.
Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollow chalice here in this great chamber. I only have to apologize if my crimes go away. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand.
Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please.
No, he will not hear a single thing. He'll just be like, what?
Sure, I get guilty? Sure.
What? Your name and occupation, please.
Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard.
Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court inspector?
The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green.
I beg your pardon, Inspector. Thought to be?
Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. I can't find his accent. Hold on. I'll get it. There we are. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since.
He looks French. Ah, fair. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure?
Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger.
Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray elaborate on the details, Inspector.
Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago. At around
I'm turning like fucking Australian one moment. What the fuck? I didn't know I had Australian accent in my body.
As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles.
I can't get Gregson's voice right now. Weird.
It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Go French? I don't know how to do French, I don't think. Hold on. Can I make French? Oui, oui. C'est magnifique. Is it... I could do female French. I do not know I could do male French. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please.
Let's take a look at those. No woman under unconscious, blah, blah, blah. Stout bill, blah, blah, blah. Reporting officer, Rolly beat. Okay. Victim remains unconscious, blah, blah, blah. Apart from a single stab wound from a large knife, no other signs of injury. Running away, reporting officer said, okay. What of the weapon that was used?
Sir, let's see, can I do French? Holy shit.
It's so hard to say in French.
Let us see, here we go. We find down here. That is just becoming Slavic. Nope, can't do French. Sir, I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back.
Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scraggy-looking Sozeki-san, I suppose. Great still face.
A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence.
And let's take a look at this bitch.
Not now, Judge.
Yep, pretty nondescript. Open up, bitch. Oh. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
You're right. Well spotted, Mrs. Otto.
I wonder what could have happened to it.
Yeah, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you?
Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful.
I don't think there's anything else to look at. Okay, cool. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume?
Let me see if I could just... Oh, let me do the French for a little bit. Look at people and think how it would sound. Honestly, my brain is not good at character voices. Like, caricature. All the time. Like, sometimes I can, like Zeke's, but my brain's like, we're in Britain, do British. And I guess I don't see the French, but then again, like, I'm not very good at spotting nationalities very easily. Oui, oui, magnifique. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Nope, it just goes Slavic, but we just stay. We stay!
Or to imagine she would have had...
That's too much like Zeke's, though. Fuck. Fuck. C'est magnifique.
Hard to imagine. Nope.
Hold on. Good, she is French. I am French, and we live up here. We do roll a little, but we still have very much Brit. No.
I have to listen to a French person for a while. I'm very bad with French accents, apparently. Or to imagine she could have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. We see. Well, in that case, we are looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, didn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
Thank you! My client is innocent! Thank you! If theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrested the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way!
Objection!
Don't yell at me!
Oh! Oh, it hit somebody. Oh, no. Pray forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. He's got glass in somebody and just soaked somebody else in wine, the poor bastards. Oh, the fish and chips? His fish and chips. Sorry, I took a bite of a chip like a fool. They're right there. I'm a little hungry. But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. You ruined my wine with your yelling. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Right, Mr. Detective. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese students. Oh, my brain is telling me that it's like, you know, fish and chips are very British, but they might be a French thing. I don't know. I always went with escargot or croissants with croissant. I don't know how to pronounce that Frenchly either. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. What is happening to my accents? Oh my god, my consistency is dying. It's fine. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off and scattering his belongings all over the floor. There was being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Oh, jeez. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Wait, what? Oh, yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. Poor girl. I will take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. You Nipponese are a spineless breed. Too cowardly to admit defeat. I must let you look at the photograph now. That is photograph. Old books, the tea guy. Oh! That's a thought. That's a thought. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Van Zeeks. Von Zeeks, excuse me. But the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mrs. Otto? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Books. Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. I'm not gonna read this, because it's technically the past, but I'm gonna eat a chip. Fuck. Oh, God. Still the past, thank God. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. What has happened? I just wanted to be Ned Flanders, apparently. Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. I will kill you. There was nobody else there at the time. Just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes.
It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please.
Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a secondhand bookshop on a daily basis.
Yes, so I understand. A shop full of the old English literature.
I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The Nutburn guy. I love that that's just, what's his name? I about said Gregson. That's the other guy. Gibson? Garadeb. I love that Garadeb now is just Nutburn guy.
The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books.
Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector?
Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid.
Old English old.
The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mersham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. I'm glad they've drawn him as a gentleman. Something like this. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed away the scene... Oh my god, not passed away. I am adding words. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop.
Mr. Narahodo, I think that what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance.
Yeah, I agree.
Most important point that the inspector just made being... Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor?
What?
Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance.
Maybe.
Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes, it could be very important. Clue, please.
Very well. Not that I could see it being of any great significance, but please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say.
Could the man be any more sardonic? Bourbon Books, and if I remember right... Your books.
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. Hi.
What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know.
This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 secondhand books.
And you found that in the accused's room, did you?
Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it.
Go on. It's the wrong voice, it's fine.
This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books.
Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume.
Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a secondhand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books.
Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books.
You want to look at those really fast? Sadly, can't tell what the titles are. But yep, hopefully it's those three. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection.
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection.
Yes, for what, blah, blah, blah. Yes, for what difference it makes. Whatever the man purchased is his musty tomes. It makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Oh, yeah, thank you. Yeah, but it said 3 and there were, yep, there we were there, yep. So we dropped all of his books there and that's, yeah. So it does prove that Natsume was there. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from bourbon books, then yeah, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, your books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. What does that mean? Not a Hudo. He was there. We know he was there. Could that be true? My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is. But I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson, where is this your books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Mearsham Street, going east. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. I've obtained more wine. The learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. Where is your red nose, Mr. Clown? To your future career in the circus. Ugh! You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you! Oh my god, girl. Didn't think I'd need to spare it out, but here we are, here we go. If the accused was coming down from your books instead of bourbon books... he has a little man sitting under his bench that just has like a bucket of ice filled with bottles of wine, and next to him is like a row of the chalices. He's just like, please, sir, can you stop breaking those? They're really hard to get. There's no doubt it still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. You're an idiot. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Oh my god, your hand, are you okay? Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analyses. Ah! The force! It hurts! As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What do I say, eh? I've had enough of this now.
Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? I'm deaf as shit.
Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We must think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. No, the time does. Do I want to raise an objection? I feel pretty good. Yeah.
I don't know what we're objecting exactly, but fuck you, sir. The other one was later. Interesting. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yeah, yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. When returning from your books to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection.
Good lord, you are stupid. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. Well, on a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? He might like the cold. I don't know. Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings and is the obvious perpetrator of these crimes.
Objection.
Which guy looks Jewish? Yes, I've got it! Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. Oh, the vampire guy? Huh. I don't know, he could be. I don't know. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you insightful jurors? I just realized how loud my microphone's been. I'm so sorry. I hope I haven't, like, peaked it like crazy. But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Van Zeeks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty.
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 Well, oop. It would appear that the jury's leaning is unanimous. I'm dead. I've been shot. Call off the trial. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You served Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of those scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So, I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial?
He has a knife, so why not? He just stabs himself with the murder weapon. He's just like, oh no, I've been attacked. Help. Right, so the defense written into antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses.
Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with the summation examination.
Oh, the vampire guy. It's him. Honestly, I don't think he'd kill with a knife. He would just yeet a wine bottle. Actually, he'd break a wine bottle on you. He'd just be like, break, and then stab you with the wine bottle shards.
Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his unctuous refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. For pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he?
If he had said what a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. No, stab the vampire guy. I don't know. I think he'd win over a fight with Naruhodo way too easily. Really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing.
Euro books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
Okay. Thanks, sir.
With only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear.
When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes.
Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already.
Oh dear, even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo. Excuse me. I think I've got a little bit of chip stuck in my throat. My goodness. This is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue. Yeah, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward.
You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination.
Yes, my lord. Ow! I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke. You could do it.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes.
Don't get clever with me now, son.
Don't die again. There are 3. It's so nice. It's so fun to have everyone here, even if they're just like watching and not chatting. It's like, thank you for being here.
Don't get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's.
What?
The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids.
Oh, I see. That must be very hard.
I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right center. Oh, so you work at pipes like my husband does. You're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, I was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right. Mersham Street. I can't read that one. It's hard. It was... Mersham Street. Oh, on the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Let's pick this and... yeah.
Objection.
Those 2 statements are at odds with each other. At odds, counsel. Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? Oh, I said to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, yet me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of secondhand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Mersham Street, making it impassable, which means the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yeah, you can't argue with that really, can you? Are you tired? Thinking, I have been told that I sometimes can put people to sleep because I'm just basically an audiobook for people. So like, don't feel bad if you fall asleep or need to leave. It's all good. We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. Or, I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop. But, we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Don't ask how resilient I am. You're young. You can fight it. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue as we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Which one? What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, all right then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument and should be filled in. That's what I say. Hooray. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That was wonderful. Well, we've managed to change a couple of minds at least. Strengthen our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. Yes, and it will prompt... that just read that. Ha 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 ha. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only... if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. He might be able to tip the balance completely. Yeah, that's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zieks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. Sorry. Fold it, you say? Fold what?
No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often?
I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea.
Old tea, sir?
That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question?
Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about.
Just before 5, you say? Exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time?
Oh yes, no mistake in there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had.
What do you mean? Mexican. I am not very good with Latina accents. I felt pretty good with D. Vasquez, but yeah.
Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's the most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up.
Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road?
That's right. I lived in Cornpipe, you see.
I mean, this, let us see. Where is that, it's very, very similar to my Russian. That's why I'm not super confident in my Latina accent. Like, yeah. I could sum it up when I'm playing D. Vasquez for sure, but it's very difficult.
Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books.
Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant.
Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite all right now.
You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a Cesato takedown. Suppose words will have to suffice for now.
Objection.
A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel?
Well, juror number 2. I love the old man. He's just a fun guy. My, whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of secondhand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, well, we are well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection.
Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my! My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. That is his friend's katana. But when they were coming over from Japan, his friend was sadly murdered. And so he's holding on to the katana because, you know, family swords are very important to Japanese culture, so he's holding his best friend's heirloom.
Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today?
That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that! My goodness me!
Sorry, you need a pee?
And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell.
On Calabash Road.
Therefore, if the person who not Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home.
Oh my!
You idiot old man! You hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat?
What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Huh? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it?
My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but
You'd like to change your leaning, I presume?
I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty.
Thank you.
And I would too!
What?
Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it?
Ah, fuck. His voice is rough on my throat. Hold on. I'm gonna see if this water bottle has any water in it. Just a second. Oof. Come here. Why are you so far away from me? Ah, boo. Oh, no, it has a little bit. It has a little bit. I don't want to get up, but I have to. Oh, there we go. Woo. I'll have to probably refill that when we get to the next to be continued or something.
Well! Well, that summation examination is concluded with a rather large shift in opinion.
I will try. I'll probably go refill it pretty soon, but I'll be okay for now.
The ayes 2 and the noes 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
God damn it. Share with me, Von Zeeks. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollow chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. He's a very simple man with 2 likes. Wine and pain.
Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir?
That's right, took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it.
Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue now.
2 yards is a little less than 2 meters.
Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend?
Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong now.
What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works?
I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had hopes of open passing anyway. We just turned at any gentlefolk back when they come. He's just jump right over us all the time.
And the accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see.
Fuck you. Rude.
I have little doubt, however, that he would spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town.
Ah. Is that true? Is it?
The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene, you silly Billy. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crushed in a single sentence. And old man.
Cold man! You can talk.
You said that at around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Please don't talk about the Japanese like that.
Can't say as I remember.
You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it.
Ah! Order! Lord Van Zeeks, explain yourself!
My lord?
If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination?
I wanted to give this young foreigner student a sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel.
I am no longer a vampire. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over.
What are you talking about? Sorry, got some messages in. Oh, okay. Sorry, it was a bunch of messages from my previous cast. We're having a cast party tonight.
What are you talking about?
My lord.
I'm now gonna just be... The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses.
It's next witness. Mr. Nanahoto, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yeah, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. Hey, Muffin! Are you leaving a leaf? It was nice to have you, though. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. All right, no matter who Van Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki-san. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh no, they're cute. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. Oh. Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. Oh, goodbye. So far, it's been going good. Had some good company with Leaf, and I'm glad to keep this case going. There's some cute characters in it.
And I'm Miss Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife.
What's the story here?
Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day.
No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired? Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Sure, I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true, and they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. They do a lot. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet. I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. Oh no. Right? And sometimes the Discord's stupid about sharing that stuff too. Itchy nose. I hope it goes better for you though, Muffin. And I hope that this is at least a distraction and a relaxer. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat?
That's right, sir. Isn't it, Raleigh? Constable Rowley Bates, sir. Not under report on the street, sir.
What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw the afternoon of the incident.
Yes, sir. Oh, good night, sir. It was our wedding anniversary and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man at the dock. Rolly and I both saw him clear as day.
Bullshit, it was foggy as shit.
Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say.
Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in this oh, that's still Susato. In the summation examination will be quashed. It's death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place.
What an unfortunate bechancing. And on your wedding anniversary, too.
Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that.
Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed.
Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon.
What do you mean by that?
My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure.
Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking.
Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense. Commence the cross-examination, please.
Yes, my lord.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Mrs. Beat?
Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply.
Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you?
I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform. Suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling?
What? I just finished my beat. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Excuse you. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy.
Oh no, Rolly, I must much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes.
Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy.
Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you'd finished your beat for the day, correct?
That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty to patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sir, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble, because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me.
I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly! Oh, what a charming couple. Her young love is such a joy to behold.
If a little over the top, perhaps.
And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? He's doing okay. He's at work right now. Work's been doing a lot better. It's still a lot of standing in the burning hot sun, but he's doing better.
No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm the proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Huh? What? Oh, yes, that's right. I asked Mrs. Beat to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene.
So it's very funny, but he's so cute. I love this character. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance.
That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to go to find the right police box.
Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box?
Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so she could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know.
And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens.
Oh, please, you're making us blush. Isn't he, darling? Isn't he? Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Good night.
Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you?
You absolutely could! Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Darling, you're hurting me.
Oh my god, if only. Right.
The light from the street lamps was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he?
Yeah, and what of the fog? We are famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course.
Oh, it is, it is! When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm!
Yeah, alright. I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about?
Constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can't tell you for certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Yes. It was the accused and no mistake. The moustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir!
As far as the couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony?
What do you think,
Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day.
Yes, I feel the same.
So if that's true, where does it leave us?
The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony.
Then, oh no, then what do we do?
If Kazuma-sama were here,
What are you trying to say?
I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony.
What do you mean somewhere else?
Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate.
Oh, right.
Put simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion.
Why do I always seem to be so up against it?
Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something?
Yes, of course. What is it?
Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so...
Yeah, nah, we're in the heart of London. That's why there's bobbies and such.
It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right, is it? Well, out with it!
What? No, no, no. Oh, no, it's not really not that at all.
My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like, oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is?
Let your man sleep.
No, it won't do at all! That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decided for...
I love that he's like sleeping and she's just puppeting him around. Ah, they're so cute.
If I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will.
I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down.
Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Mrs. Beat. Might that appease you?
Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene.
Madam. Madam.
Objection.
Madam. Madam. So you're saying that there were 4 books?
That's right, I remember them all. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, what's its yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingium something.
I mean, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours.
Oh no! What flaw?
Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Que no los dos.
What?
Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books.
But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me.
Sorry?
It's that big old lump of a dead body. The lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all.
Let's at least try to remember the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Mrs. Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped 4 books, the 4 books you described.
Why not?
Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Ah, evidence. He is basically the living dead.
Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books?
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt.
From your books?
Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed.
No.
Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken.
Oh no! Oh no, oh no, oh no, no!
Objection!
It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nepalese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene.
A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. What? What do you mean Miku doesn't like the British?
Oh,
You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection.
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 that can be seen in that print. That print? You mean to say... Oh my god, your wine. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. This would have been nice to see. I don't believe it! It's the 4th book! As you will observe. Huh, that's interesting. And she won't send a nuke, she's just gonna send a Miku beam. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No! No! Order!
there, you see? Look at that! Look!
Yes.
It's just like I said! Isn't it, my darling?
Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Mrs. Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lecoq.
What's it, yearnings?
Canterbury Yearnings.
And meal for someone.
A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Mrs. Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. The Lion's Pride. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of that 4th book? Ooh. I am definitely going to have to check that out after the stream. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. You will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Alright, I want to look at those ASAP. The prosecution rests. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange.
I think I have heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too.
It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo.
Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. Oh. That was weird. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages.
What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently.
A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into this, didn't I?
You see? Everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we are in a terribly precarious position.
I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. I think, Ryunosuke, think! What do you do now?
Objection.
I'm not done yet! No, my learned friend, it's over. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say!
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh!
I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable.
Mr. Naruhodo!
One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mr. Sato. Please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yeah, I understand, and thank you, Mr. Zato. This is it. Sazato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord.
Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we could see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know.
Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afford you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Oh, yeah. Yes, my lord. It's,
Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track.
Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
The back? Would you? Good gracious! It's burned to a crisp.
So, we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Oh! Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you could ascertain from the fire damage this sorry tome has suffered?
My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon?
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand when she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers.
The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly...
Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim as the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for the jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself.
Oh my goodness! Me?
I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. All right then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, and almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house.
Good Lord! What sort of incident, counsel?
A fire, my lord.
The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that the subject of this debate.
Oh, dear me!
Objection!
This is risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime.
Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into detail, it appears that Mrs. Garadeb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garadeb even amid the flames.
Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sir. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
The man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident.
Smiley with the nose. Hello. Hello, Muffin.
There is no report of the Garadeb's window pane being broken.
That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garadeb household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and
Not even remotely. Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Do you earnestly claim that the book found at the scene of it was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garadeb's wife?
I believe it is a possibility, my lord.
That's quite enough. I don't know who's yelling. Oh, it's me. Hello. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward.
Really?
Claiming that our little tip set the whole neighborhood alight. Honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name.
No, I assure you that was never my intention.
Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Oh, that poor man. I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Too right. Here we go.
Now, how long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out his fancy foreign theories? She does. I bet she'd make great cakes. She's very, like, Patrish in that sense. But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. And he ran away from the scene, too.
I do declare you're right.
It's true.
Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry, what was that? Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Van Zeeks? I am thirsty. In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... I'm getting serious now, you're getting leg. If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Well, balls. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over.
Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. I don't know who that is. Mrs. Otto? Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet.
You're not suggesting.
Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance.
My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. All right, we are going to take a quick break for me to run to the bathroom and go get some water. So I will be back in a moment.
Hello, I am now back, everybody. Thank you for your patience. Hopefully, you didn't fall completely asleep, Muffin, but if you did, have a good nap and or good night. I can't remember. And here we go. Oh, my YouTube app crashed. Oh, boy. Love that for me. Oh my god, where's my stream? There it is. Jesus. Oh boy, there we go. Yay! Nothing was lost.
I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury. And I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his.
If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it?
Dearie me, it was only a little book. Hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home Senpai tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. Gave me the sneezers.
The sneezers!
Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing the scene. And moreover, my wine must die. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
That means, I'm afraid, that during this summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? I just realized I'm on the wrong chat thing there. Who stabbed the woman and how? Those 2 details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be the way the trial ends.
No pressure, then. That's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the examination, please. I assume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yeah. Yes, my lord.
All right, Ryunosuke. Focus your mind now. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Mrs. Garadeb.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident. And the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the 2.
Yes, that's what we have to find.
Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far. Whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Mrs. Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Oh, good. Raleigh gets to have a nap back there. Good for him.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case?
Sorry, what was that? You have to speak up, lad.
Could you tell us more about the fire?
It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship?
Of course not, it was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but candles went flying over the room. The furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. And how did you catch a cold from a fire?
What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room was filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows?
The biting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Got a terrible cold from it. Put me in hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry.
I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street. As well as how he or she could have done it. Yeah, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation. Yeah. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions. Just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I'll see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike. That's the spirit! No.
Objection.
They do? How exactly, counsel?
Don't point at me again! I told you it wasn't me!
Hey, what's that you say? Speak up, lad, speak up!
Juror number 3, do you see?
Oh, me? See what, sir?
Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter.
Oh, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the...
Oh! Exactly! On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh, my hat.
That's a lot of tea you are carrying, my girl.
Excuse me.
Excuse me.
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Mrs. Garadeb!
Oh, dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am?
It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now.
What is it?
When fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window?
What? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating?
The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window.
And what if we did? Oh, all right then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering.
Even though your house was on fire?
Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise.
Of course. I should have realized.
That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garadeb's formal statement. Now that you mentioned it, yes. The window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true.
The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garadeb told us he had been reading.
Well, I really couldn't say.
On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading?
I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now you come to mention it? Yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, right? You're right.
Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset?
Because I couldn't, you insolent little man! I didn't remember! At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on. As well you know.
I really don't.
I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Excuse me.
Are you okay, sir? What is it, juror number 5?
You know something? I remember what it was. That memory I blocked out.
What?
I was listening to this granny, what this granny was saying, but it all flooded back.
Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garrideb, or the maid, I'll have you know.
The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time.
No, he's just a beefy guy.
It was about 2 weeks ago now. I just got back home after work, like. Put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny that had dropped out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't heard the half of it, boy.
Oh?
The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep.
No words, just terror.
I could smell it then, you know. The god-awful stench of the Thames.
The Thames?
There we go. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I could tell you. No, that's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word lightly again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When our women lose their rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined.
No, I wasn't thinking that.
Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor. Use a bow or the like.
What? Attack? Who are you going to attack?
Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
All right, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare.
Objection.
Good grief, you mean they don't contradict each other? Explain yourself, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative?
My, whatever do you mean?
An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We've demonstrated that the 4th book, The Lion's Pride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband.
Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't had any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. All right, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Mrs. Garrideb. What? What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Oh! Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man!
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Mrs. Garrideb was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. I can't seriously believe that! The book was found in the victim's grasp! Are you saying that if it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand?
Oh, even my missus hasn't got an aim like that.
Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand. But that's the point. That's precisely why. We must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Mrs. Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, Oh, she's gone. She died.
My lord!
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with so many unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman?
I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind.
Yes, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
Yay! One go. We did it. Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo!
So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors called guilty, against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and this trial will continue. Now then, Lord Van Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
By getting absolutely smashed. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. Fuck you, lamb. But what follows is so repugnant. It's good for nothing save the gutter.
If I may, Lord Van Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened.
Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond. But let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed.
What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time?
It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, 15 yards.
Let me see. 15 yards. That's around 14 meters. 14 meters?
Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly hurled by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near-identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think.
Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Ugh! There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mrs. Otto? Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak?
As judicial assistants, you may speak for the defense. Yes, go ahead.
The prosecution may consider the idea of fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination.
Saints alive! Cross-examination of a juror! Order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Oh, my leg! And unnecessary. Lord Van Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume that they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses?
Yes, sir. Constable Rowley Beat reporting for duty, sir.
Well, good morning, officer.
Sorry for dozing off until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, those London bobbies.
Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more.
Oh, Rolly, my hero! You make me swoon!
Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request.
Oh,
And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events.
yes, sir. They're so cute. I love them. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. Believe me, a London bobby is good on his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garadeb house are top-hinged casements.
Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go and fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed.
I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report on that front, sir.
Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable.
Ah, yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy.
You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable.
No, sir.
Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend.
Of course. Sorry. I found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's room.
All right, I'll try.
So the window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top-hinged hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see?
I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar which prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me.
Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below.
No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something we've discounted already. That can't be!
Did you see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony.
Oh yes, my darling. I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me.
Oh, Rolly, you're so strong.
I want to die! How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and my argument's been destroyed. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Okay. My lord. Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
Hold it!
How can you say that for certain?
A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he?
Did he? I can't say I remember.
To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby's good for his word. While rubbing my tired eyes, admittedly. Sir?
Oh, Rolly, you're so manly.
Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat.
Oh, Rolly.
No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb?
Oh, I see, sir. You should have said so earlier, sir.
Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time then.
Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. But before I get into that, sir, just one thing.
Yes?
I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles.
I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here.
So that to that end, sir, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears.
Thank you. I'll try.
Hold it!
I'm gonna talk to him about this one, but I wasn't. Let me look at the thing. Policemen will strive to preserve the peace when they have a long time. Walk 20 miles. Blah, blah, blah. Any crimes fall under jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Okay. By which you mean they don't fully open, is that correct?
Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air through the house, you see. They're just restricted as to what... So they're restricted as to how much they open.
And therefore anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. Yes. Directly opposite the scene of the crime on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top-hinged casement thing before? Well, I have another question for you, Constable.
And what would that be, sir? how do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with?
Ah, well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday.
Madam?
Excuse me.
Madam, do you have something to add, Mrs. Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. Isn't that right, my love?
The way he chews on his helmet. Constable Beat.
Eh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir.
That really was cutting it close, though.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat.
I see. I was unaware of that.
Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go out for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a bobby after all.
Extraordinary people are bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was the good of Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it.
I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Now it's my turn, I think.
Hold it!
Nothing to report.
That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time. Never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear out to that on the yard's honor, sir.
Really? That seems a little strange.
Beg your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me.
This burnt copy of the Lion's Pride was originally in the Garrideb household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happened to be burned as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from this photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her back and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir?
Yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't real. I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me in as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you.
No excuses. excuses. I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Mrs. Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I heard that! That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't!
Duly noted, Mrs. Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue.
What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder?
I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
What?
Hold it!
You okay? Mrs. Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us.
I saw it! I did! That evening I saw it clearly! That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back, slinking away from the scene. I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction?
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I've always ended up on the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem?
No, sir. No problem, sir.
Did your wife's remarks just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening is all.
You mean Mrs. Beat lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the beat next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes.
But my darling was gone a good 15.
Oh, Rolly, it was such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
The bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes. How romantic.
I had forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling?
No, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about anyone else, darling. You have to promise.
Really? Oh.
What was all that about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange.
I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Mrs. Beat about the bouquet.
Mrs. Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add detail about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was, I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again. But the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Mrs. Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably?
That's right, silly me. I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although, I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there. I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite?
Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought for our anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose.
Tell us, Lord Van Zieks, where did you come by the flower?
According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadeb household.
In front of the Garadeb's house?
Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh. But it's a symbol of our love. That I'm going to let you look at, I guess.
Nothing extraordinary about it.
I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief! Rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget, Mrs. Beat. My God!
Objection!
Your claim, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. He's asleep again. Okay.
Well, what do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Mrs. Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby.
Objection!
Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road to where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs.
Eager?
You're being so mean, Zeke.
Objection!
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor.
But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
No, because sadly it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Mrs. Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garadeb's book. Mr. Garadeb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out of the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Mrs. Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road, in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them.
What are you trying to say? The way way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong.
Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering? On about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Oh, good. Mrs. Garadeb's come around. My favorite. You might call it nitpicking, Mrs. Garadeb, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering. You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying was responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Where are they? Such sweeties.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rowley Beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
Mrs. Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
I'm making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
Objection!
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Oh,
And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene.
well.
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with, but there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would he have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the scene of the scene was to hide where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What?
Where's the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road, we saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe. But in fact, this isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. Same, I have to stop in like 20 minutes. That's your assertion, and the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening?
Over here, where the bouquet was.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road?
I don't understand.
On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Mrs. Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Chip time, really fast. Very tasty chips. Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print. The victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing.
What did he overlook?
The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Zeek said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light.
Yes, it couldn't be seen in the dark, obviously.
Which is why it was the only bouquet. It was there. It was only the bouquet that was found in its original position, on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rowley Beat?
Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important?
Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know.
I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only it seems it wasn't a dream at all.
Good golly! Order! What on earth is the meaning of all this?
Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it?
Wishing the victim dead should be one too.
Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this?
I thought there'd be a break between characters, damn it.
As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town.
I can't say, sir.
What?
I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation. For everything.
I have a possible explanation. for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. I can understand the mind of a boy. My God. And yet, Lord Van Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan. It makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan. Which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that through honorable patrolling, the beat is the most demanding work in the world. That though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most blah. For example, I can't read right now, wow. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. I was thought I pressed A, not X. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh, yes! It was our first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife. And was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Mrs. Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them. What must have gone through the man's mind?
What's up?
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Oh! Constable Beat. Is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said is all right.
So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat.
Oh!
Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done?
It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God.
Stay close to me. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere.
As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer.
We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible.
But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so
I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak. It just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth.
This is the next beat to mine, Pat. You'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Merchant Street and then...
Aww. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted, just that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night.
You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction. Just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care.
You see, I thought, well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see.
I beg your pardon?
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Ronnie would never have left a poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
I see your meaning now.
But God gave me it back for my sins, didn't he? That's why. That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Ronnie, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped in such a dark place. So sorry, Rolly.
And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total?
Huh? Oh, 4 it was. Yes, sir. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the Garadeb household, of course.
But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, well, sir, that's because that's how I found it.
How you found it? What do you mean?
When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh, yes, sir. No doubt about it, sir.
Interesting.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only the 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me both saw it happen. However, which way you look at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord Van Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Prosecutor, sir, what will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Sir?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir? You mean to say...
Leave. Now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir! I love those two. I miss them already.
Well, quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime.
Objection!
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van Zeeks, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will. And if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime. Well, obviously, it's the madam.
Take that!
The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again, my assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Mrs. Joan Garadab. Me? Oh, dearie me!
Objection!
That request has already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Mrs. Garadab, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadab. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Mrs. Garadab. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Oh! I don't recall it. Seriously? Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there with all the regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all. Juror number 4. Oh! Make no mistake. You jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common Just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadab? Now you listen to me! Now you listen to me! Oh, maybe that's her. I refuse to believe all this nonsense.
I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it! Oh, the poor woman. So, yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now, chop chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh! The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify? Juror number 4. As I am sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your very own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. And with that triumphantness, I am going to actually have to call it. I got a cast party to get ready for, and that means I need to cook myself some dinner, and then drive like half an hour away. So, let's see. Thank you, everybody, for joining me. We have a sponsored stream this Saturday at 2 p.m. MST. It is another Azure Twilight sponsored stream, so we will be playing more of Fantasia. The third one. My brain is struggling to get titles all the way. Also, Saturday morning, Luke will be continuing to stream Tales of Vesperia, I'm pretty sure. With the sponsored stream, that might not happen. That's up to Luke, so just be aware of that at 6 a.m. MST. Edgelord on Sunday, 6 a.m. MST. They are currently playing through the world of Legend of Zelda Ocarina. No, not Ocarina. Wow. Legend of Zelda Ages and Seasons. Oracle of Seasons and Ages and whatnot. Also, there is still a poll on our Discord and on the... I think it's on our community page too. Of where Edgelord will end up next. So make sure if you haven't to go vote. And I will see you guys next time. Again, we will be next Wednesday is when I'll continue, and we will finish this case and start right into case 4. So thank you again, guys, so much for watching, and I'll see you when I see you.